Hello? Hello! Hello, anime fanatic. Hello, Tofu. Hello, Luna. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing well today. Yeesh! Today. Hello, Coffee. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Today, we are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As a matter of fact, we're wrapping up Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As far as I can tell for now. But we will come back eventually, I'm sure of it. It was then that Stanley realized something quite dreadful. Why is he here? He's allowed. Something unfathomably awful. Oh, yeah. Potato fact 22. Hi, D-Tone. Potato fact 22 is... Fingerling potatoes are long and waxy and are good for roasting and confitting. There you go. His door had a lack of oil. And was squeaky. Oh, dear. Oh no! He doesn't even have to make any noises. Oh no! Alright, but yes, we are insert creaking sound. Alright. Thank you so much for being here. I'm being asked what time it is. What time is it? Good question. Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Oh. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data I can on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? No. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Everyone, if you're ever in a game where you have to go against Athena, just make sure her laugh, she will be on the ground hiccuping in no time. You fool! I can play the video game even when I am laughing. Oh yeah, the epilogue. Wait, Coffee, could you open this big door that happens to creak? Hi, Monster Man. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Video games were meant to be played alone. Meanwhile, me, Final Fantasy MMO, yes. Alright, chat, do we go and do the epilogue now, or should we go and do some endings first? What do you say? Since we have it unlocked. What do we want? What do we want? Epilogue? I'll let you pick? Okay. We got one vote for epilogue. Wait, I can run a poll. I forgot I can do that. That's like legal and stuff. Alright, go forth. I'm still sick and will probably pass out in 15 minutes. I'm sorry, D-Tone. I hope you feel better soon. Alright, so far, Epilogue is winning. Mostly because Epilogue's the only one that has any votes on it. Did I fish? Eesh! Me too. I have to make burgers tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Not the burgers. Oh, more endings is getting a ton of votes out of nowhere. The war of the Twitch polls. This is what you save your points for, chat. Because I never change how many extra votes cost. It looks like we're doing more endings. Because D-Tone wanted it, I guess. 1,100 channel points, huh? Hello there. Hello, Spaghetti. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. D-Tone, I'll let you pick. Also, D-Tone spamming points. Yes. We'll do, like, 3 endings. General Kenobi. Hello.
This
Metro.
is the story of a man named
Welcome
Stanley.
to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. The stream makes
Stanley
me feel better.
worked for a
I'm
company
sorry.
in a big
It's
building
cat time.
where he
Meow.
was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Okay. There.
And
Hi.
then
Hi.
one
I think
day,
it's been a while.
something
Yeah,
very
it's been a
peculiar
while.
happened. Something that
Thank
would
you for that.
forever
Yeah.
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
It's my birthday
Never
today.
in all
Happy
his years at the
birthday!
company had this happened. This
I hope you're having a
complete
marvelous
isolation.
day.
Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Hey, since we have a couple Final Fantasy fans,
All of his co-workers were gone.
I have
What
an
could it
ending to
mean?
show you.
Stanley decided to go to the
I
meeting
am.
room.
I'm gonna get
Perhaps
my
he had
dream
simply
skates.
missed the
Heck
memo.
yeah.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
I have an ending for the Final Fantasy people. Watcha!
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form. transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
All right, so the Stanley Parable is about basically the nature of choice in video games. That's what it is. And it's choose your own adventure, like D-Tone said. Wow, Stanley saved us from the bucket. Yes, hello, Waffle. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while. How you doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But yeah, I've been meaning to show that to Final Fantasy fans, so... Thank you for humoring me. Oh, hey, wait, our balloons actually fit with, Spaghetti's... Well, you're not a step niece, I think, but... It's funny anyways. I'm good, got a small fever, 101.8 temperature, but I'm mostly good. Very fair. It's best to get the newest version because of all the old choices from all the other versions are in this version as well. Except the endings change slightly. So if this is your first version playing and you get all the endings, then you play, well, yeah. The endings change slightly between versions. Like, you know what, let's go do that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I'm just gonna be lurking. Have a nice stream. Take care, Waffle. I hope you feel better soon.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
It is very much worth it.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Alright,
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
In the ending I'm about to go do...
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
The ending I'm about to go do... It's, the ending changes slightly. Depending
Stanley,
on...
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot
which version
here.
you're playing.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door! Loud and clear.
Perhaps you misunderstood.
No.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Nah, I understood.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Stay healthy, or else. What red door? All I see is 2 grey doors.
Here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
What? Red door? All I see is two gray doors. Hey, Sloth Erdl, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. I'm lurking while currently watching someone play a Friday Night Funkin' song called Lurking. Double watching. Heck yeah. Have a good stream, Athena. Thank you so much, Bearded. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. There's no petable dog in the Stanley Parable, and I think it would improve the game. You are so right, Sloth Erdl.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door?
Magic.
Well, it's instinct mostly.
Or the
a
script.
calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oop. The Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Yes, someone actually did beat it in that time. Speedrunners, man. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? Complete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Why not ask some friends for help? Error, friends list empty. You fool! I would be friends with Stanley. I'm 8,325th. Heck yeah, man. Dead rat is objectively ranked. You're superior.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Nah.
Again, honest answers, please.
Athena, take the world record for taking longest to finish the Stanley Parable. I already did the baby button
I've got a
ending.
prototype of a new game I've been working on.
to do it
And
again.
now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful
don't exist.
game.
There's
All
no
about
Stanley.
the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
I
So
already
why
did.
don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I already did that. No longer than that? I mean, there is an achievement
You
for playing
heartless
the Stanley Parable
bastard.
for an entirety
Did
of
you
a
do it
Tuesday.
because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
I dozed off and the baby woke me. I'm so sorry.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Right, this is the part that changes based on what version you're playing. If you're playing on the original version, it will be Minecraft and Portal.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower. Perhaps
it's
for
Minecraft
some
and
sort
Portal,
of
not
twisted,
Minecraft
erotic
Half-Life.
purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh, the fire starter gave you. This is Firewatch. We're having to pick up the can for the combine. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay.
Did you notice that the door made sound at the Minecraft door? I didn't notice it consciously, but now you said it, yeah.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I can tell you the original Stanley Parable was a mod for Half-Life.
Okay, so what
2.
exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun.
Hey,
we shall run the bases and do
ball.
a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Sports! Bounced over my head. Sports! Never got good at this game. Fair.
Are you doing it?
I haven't
Are you
actually
winning?
played the
Is this
original
fun?
version of this game.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out.
In a
Here
league
comes another
gaming.
ball.
I'm in a league of gaming
Yes.
all my very
Oh,
own.
goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm
I
like a
can't even
child
get
in a
one
confectionery
hit
shop.
this time.
I simply
Jeez.
have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
I'm giving up this one instead.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Hold on.
Oh, but-
What are you doing?
I didn't mean to fall in! Not yet!
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Whoops.
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Whoops-a-doodle. Half-Life mod. Half-Life mod. Half-Life mod. Half-Life mod. Half-Life 2 mod. Half-Life 2 mod. Life 2 mod. Life 2 mod. This was the original Stanley's office.
I wonder what he found.
Jeff.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
But the end is never the end.
I can wait.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. The end is loading. Alright, one more ending and then we'll go do the epilogue.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Any requests from the chat / the peanut gallery? But what ending we should go grab? More peanuts! Woo! Bucket. Alright.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
Is there still the Goat Simulator ending? I'm pretty sure that was a part of the different games ending thing. Oh wait, you know what? Oh wait, no, never mind. I was thinking about things wrong. Ijoki! This is a bucket! There, dear God, there's more. No! I think Stanley and the soldier should bond over buckets.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oi, Athena. Also, bucket. Indeed. Hi, Heba. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make sure
Still
this is
no
all
one was
fine and
here.
dandy. Just in
Stanley
case.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
I'm
Coming
going
to
to
a
redo
staircase,
one of these endings.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Doing good. How you been? I've been pretty alright. Enjoying my bucket. I'm not sure it saved the data, which is why I'm saying such a thing. I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Alright, let's go into the elevator before we get too far away. Yeah. It's dance party time, chat! Dance party! I hate the feeling of being in an elevator. Super fair. Alright. Enough of that. For now. Right now.
Stepping in.
There we go. Honestly, say I'm doubly so if I'm not feeling too great, because then I get to feel weightless, which worries me. Yeah. That's super fair. We'll go disco in the mind control monitor room. Later. Later. We're going on an adventure. We're gonna send a bucket to space. Do 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 do. It's off to adventure. We're gonna see a rocket ship send a bucket into outer space. Gonna see it in the epilogue. I don't know what I'm singing, but I'm doing it anyway. We gotta keep on walking forward into the light. I can't explain this ending very well. POV Superman's parents sending their appliances to Earth for a better future, yes. Dude, escape pod bucket ending. Do the pause button ending next. There's a pause button ending? I know there's a skip button ending, but I already did it technically. Alright, let me go do the epilogue now, because that's what I promised I'd do. Sorry, no worries. Skip button ending, yeah. Yeah. Epilogue. Many, many years later. You used all your jumps yet? I have not, actually. I saved them. I was smart. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I can't get closer to the fire. Have you played the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday? Not yet. I think Stanley Parable is a really happy game on the surface, but metaphorically it's kind of sad but beautiful at the same time. Yeah. It's about choices, action, consequences. Yeah. It's such a cool concept in a game to have a little number of jumps and have different paths you have to jump to. That would be really cool. This is such a pretty skybox, though. Oh. Hey, hey, hey! Who remembers this guy? See, this is why. Anyways, welcome to the memory zone. Bucket, indeed. This is the skip button ending, but edited, I think? I forget. This is kind of a follow-up to the skip button ending. No one remembers anything anymore. Not even Stanlerines. Figure Stanlerines. Whatever we were calling them last, I don't know. I don't remember anything anyways. Relatable, relatable. Uh-oh. I was like, wait. Finding my way into all these nooks and crannies can be interesting sometimes. Cookie9's blog. Uncompromising gaming content. Yeah, this is why my memory zone looks like normally. Yes! Hello, Lunar. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Review. The Stanley Parable 2. Posted on April 27th by Cookie9. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teemed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... I love that some people can never be satisfied. That is the lesson of Cookie9. Yes. Recent post review the Stanley Parable 2. Sorry, I haven't been blogging too much. Review SNRAF3. Protected post. Cookies Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Recent comments. Go guy on review the Stanley Parable 2. Girardi Order 0999 on review the Stanley Parable 2. Boblin on Cookies Corner, we need to talk about sequels. Boblin on review the Stanley Parable 2. Go Guy on review the Stanley Parable 2. Archives. September 2027. April 2027. March 2027. January 2027. December 2013. What a time gap. November 2013, October 2013, September, August, July, June, May, April, March, February, January, and then December 2012. Oh no. The Mammal Times. Cat dog born. Scientists confirm hybrid species. The memory zone is a blank void containing a half-eaten cookie. Well, what do you know? Onwards. Fortunes. Jim. Oh. Jim. Jim! Jim! Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. James. How could you? By Snips, Sneamway, July 9th, 12:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Aggregate review scores in video game history. Second, sign up today to get updates. Subscribe to get the best news, updates, and deals from the web. Email required. By signing up, you agree to our privacy notice, and European users agree to the data transfer policy. Get on the green! No, I get on Jim. I am Jim. I always walk behind things, I don't know why. Jim. 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 Jim.
Jim.
Jim.
Jim.
Jim. Jim. Jim. I am Jim. 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 Jim.
Stanley.
Oh my god.
Stanley. Jim.
Jim.
Stanley.
Stanley. Mine. I collect the figure Stanlerians. Oh wait, the infinite leady pole, is it really? Can you imagine Lord of the Rings, but instead of a ring, Gollum has one of those "that was easy" buttons? That'd be silly. An office. Thank you for enjoying the new content. You're welcome, buddy. Lord of the Rings, but Gollum has a fidget spinner. Hey, see, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Alright. Come pooper. Hello. Hello again. Hello! It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense! The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy! Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes! Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number on the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for a game. You should make a prequel that's technically not a sequel. Game about Stanley on his work commute. Alright. Chat. we have for part 1 more Doctor, now with added Curse of the Revenge of the, and The Last Ever. Which one sounds fun? Also, for the other half, we have Ice Cream, Stapler, Runner, Spiders, Laser, and Tax Disc. Dr. Ice Cream seems the dumbest, but there is already a commercial that uses that theme. Dr. Spiders. We seem to be liking Doctor right now. Dr. Stapler. Curse of the Stapler. Curse of the Stapler seems so in line with the Office theme, though. Surgical ice cream has been applied. We seem to really like the Doctor from what I saw, so we'll keep that. But then it becomes Dr. Watch. No, that's a different thing. No. Dr. Blank, Dr. Ice Cream, Dr. Stapler, Dr. Runner, Dr. Spiders, Dr. Laser, Dr. Tax Disc. Yeah, we got slowly amp up the craziness through numbers. This is true. That's super fair. Nurse, I need 4 cc's of Run Raisin stat! You know, Dr. Stapler sounds like they're, like, the person who fixes all the office supplies. Like, that is their job in the office, is just to fix all the office supplies. They're the doctor. Or your stapler. I kind of like that one. Let's go with that one. Do you mean a scoop fell into his chest cavity? Doctor, he went in with a sprained knee. Stanley Parable 3, Dr. Stapler. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. You know what? It's very silly. Pretty sure doctors have staplers to close up surgery fast. That or watch too much TV. Doctors do have... There is a type of medical equipment called staples. But it's not the version I was thinking of. Let's just do it. Good. Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I was noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It will only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Oh boy, what time is it? It is... 9... Probably easier to... 70... 51. Alright. It's 4:51 a.m. here. Very fair. Worked up to midnight. Oh, geez. Computer's barely visible. Alright. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. The Stanley Parable 3, Dr. Stickler. It is very silly. So now I am under the impression
This
there's
is the
more
story of a man
endings,
named
kind of?
Stanley. Stanley
Kinda,
worked
sorta?
for a company in a big building where he was employee number 4.
I might be wrong, though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to
Stuff.
go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I mean, stuff. And things. Replacement bucket. Yay! My bucket's been replaced.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
No. Aha, yes! Have you done the number 3 ending? I did. I'm happy to do it again, though. That was mean, Mr. Narrator. Okay. It's taking an unusually long time to load.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
We're going backwards! Woo!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
That was Panley Stanable 2. Yes.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I like the idea of just a silly game franchise. Doing, like, they do the first one, right? And then they go and they release the theoretical game 4. And then they go backwards and do theoretical game 2. Yeah, I think it'd be funny. I don't know. Burn! He's back.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yes, clearly. Honestly, for some of the developer logs I watch, sometimes it feels like that. Dark Souls 2, boo! Where was Team Fortress 2? I don't know. I'm so sad it's not there. It probably got replaced with Aladdin 2.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Hey, you guys want to see a bucket explode? Yeah? Also, this QR code actually does work. Takes you to a website with more Stanley Parable content. I love seeing anything explode. Heck yeah. We will watch a bucket explode. Not everything, but anything. Yes. Slot hurdles, pancakes
there are two
explode.
buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With two buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Ow.
Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of two buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
Stanley Parable 2 buckets. Jim. Let's go be Jim. Jim!
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
Jim.
And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Jim.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Jim.
Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Jim.
Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Jim.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim.
Jim.
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim. And as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Jim.
Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Jim.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
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 Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim.
Jim.
I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim. 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 Jim Saibo.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Right, but hey, who wants an achievement? Oh yeah, I have 5 jumps left.
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle was a pretty good idea. I'd like to hang on to that for the sequel.
I'm still a little bit Jim, I apologize.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Perfect. Mine. Yay!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it?
Is someone here? Are we being watched?
I mean, yeah, but
Oh,
not
God.
the people watching are not the people fixing.
Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2.
Uh-huh.
Breathe. Just breathe.
Oh, we freaked him out. And I think I break things by being near them. Did you break the narrator, Sloth? Is that what happened? I may have.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I do have this one. This one's silly. All the way up here.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Ah, yeah. Speaking of bumpscosity, it's been a while since I played with it. One bumpscosity, please. Haven't seen Rage comics in ages, yeah. I would like one bumpscosity. Well, I mean, hey, do you think he'll be mad at me for losing the bucket again? You've been here already? No! I didn't know this was here, actually. I like that they did that, though. I was curious what would happen. Right, chat, do we want to swap out the balloons that are in the studio, or should we keep the happy 12th birthday stepniece ones? Because the other option is get well someday. Of course, I want to visit the Infinite Lady Pole. That's just fun.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Whee! Oh, wait. I see. I have an ending to show you. I have a couple, actually.
Isn't it wonderful?
I have one ending in particular I
one
want
of
to
my
show
more
you.
ingenious concoctions, if
You're
do say
still
so.
around.
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can
Not
press
this
the
one.
teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue
I'm vibing.
onward.
Heck yeah. I will get to that ending after we're
Now,
done
I don't
here.
mean to be a bummer, but
So
I
you
do
can see
recommend
it.
you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Yeah, we're good. Keep going. Let me wrap up this ending because it's
Stanley.
silly.
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ta-da!
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Whee!
Oh, for heaven's... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Finite hole years. Whee! We're not done yet.
How could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Whee!
How is this still appealing to you?
Nest.
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Kind of nice they took
You
the
just do
time to
whatever
carpet
it
the
is you're
underside of
here
the
to do and hit the
texture of the other
teleport
side of the
button
carpet.
when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
Yep.
You sure?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago.
It
Try
was?
it again.
Yeah.
Still nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out.
Okay.
Goodbye, Stanley.
Bring
you
me
couldn't
blankets.
bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's
Great.
a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
Bring
Take
me
care, Stanley.
a blanket and some
I hope
pillows,
you and the
please.
hole have a wonderful
If you
rest
have
of
time.
eternity together.
If it's not too much trouble. I need to make a nest. Alright. Now the true ending begins. It's time. Positions. Yep, there we go. Well, it's as close to correct as we're going to see anyways. Bean bags, blankets, pillows, sofa cushions, yes! We're gonna make a fort! It'd be cool to repurpose an indoor pool into a big comfy bed area, yes.
Stanley!
Hey.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Doodlepip. All right. Now, usually it takes no time at all to load. I'm kind of confused.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
All right, let's go and hurry to the exit. Fun fact, the main character in the movie Holes is called Stanley Yelnats. Yelnats is Stanley spelled backwards. Go figure.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yes, because there's another thing in the normal game I want to see.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is.
Okay.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Beautiful.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags.
I like the jump circle and the infinitely deep hole.
I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
The game's not sure how to feel about me being on this
side. With care for the
side.
vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
Wait,
Go
I'm
ahead.
I will gotta
Take
know.
a look.
No. Okay. I was like, is it gonna revert? I like the trumpet sound effect. Yeah. Alright. Now, I have an ending involving buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone.
If I see
What
is still
could it
here.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I see, are you ready?
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love
Ye-
that
alright.
bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Watch out.
Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Sorry, I didn't know you could actually enter the broom closet here.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
It's like this room just makes me think of Hammer, from what I've learned from you. There's actually a screenshot of the Hammer map editor in the memory zone. We just didn't get to see it with the version we saw earlier. Yeah! It's got the skybox, it's got... Yeah. That's the main part of it I wanted to show you. I'm not sure how much sense this next part will make, or most of this ending is making without the context of the rest of the game.
We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
No.
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
No.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Nada. Yeah.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not.
Sure
I wonder
you
what
did.
sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Flashbang. It paints landscape art and includes Elmo into the background. Yes. Clearly that's what it does.
The
But
Bucket
isn't everything a
Destroyer.
bucket? Yes.
My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Yeah, I really wanted to show you that room. I know it's silly, I see, but thank you for humoring me. Anyway,
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
silly. I appreciate any and all Hammer representation, yes.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Yeah, the office is kind of bright, isn't it? The normal. Thank you for the care package. It gives meaning to my suffering, yes. Alright, what's a good ending we can go do? I know. Wait, actually, I
One
want to see
man,
something.
one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny together.
Ah, darn. I was hoping it'd return to the original one, because it has extra dialogue for that, I think.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I mean, what do you guys think that people would get happy 12th birthday stepnies for just people at their office? I feel like they would. I feel like that's a thing. Oh, let's go see silly birds.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Depends on how close the office workers are. Very fair.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
But
If I
Reg!
did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I wonder if there's any war paints that actually can make your engineer wrench look like that. That'd be really cool if there was.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Now remembering content from a long time ago. To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. Complete with the memory zone? Please tell me this game has soundtrack. You can buy the Adventure Line theme, and all the music at the bottom of this hole are real bangers. Yes! Actually, you can get the Stanley Parable soundtrack. You can even get them in... you can actually get a vinyl of it from I Am 8-Bit. I got jump scared by remembering things. Oh wow, yeah! But yeah, you can get the soundtrack. And I believe you can actually get the soundtrack on Steam too. I have the soundtrack because I got... Oh, Memory Zone Colors. I got the soundtrack because I went and got the collector's edition. Hold on, let me... app.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional
I got stickers for a bucket with the collector's edition.
It's
not here yet.
Bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
Collector's edition will
always.
The collector's edition. Wait, hold on. So I stop interrupting him. The collector's edition should be shipping July at the earliest, so it'll be a bit before I get it. But it does come with stickers for buckets and a manual on how to train a comfort bucket. And it comes with a Stanley.
And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh, nope, not noticing.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
They're also selling a gym button. It's not a part of the collector's edition, but they're selling a gym button. The bucket is like a silent
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We'll be back here in a bit so we can disco in this room. It'll make more sense when it actually happens, don't worry about it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Okay. I'll use the regular stairs. Platform. Catwalk?
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
The bucket's gotta cry, man.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Aye.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
We're gonna take down the system! Link style!
Here's a thought I just had. Would you guys want a gym button? Like, as a redeem? Gym. You know what? Hold on. I'm making a gym button. Only if it has really low odds of sometimes saying Stanley. Very fair. Don't know how to make odds sometimes, but you know what? Let's just do it. Actually, I do know how to make it sometimes say Stanley. Should make it the right shade of yellow too. Okay. Gym button created. Go forth. Go forth, chat. Gym button. Get that gambler action into it. Wait, let me make sure it's working. There we go. Yay! Gym button. Gym.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
It's
to
not
take
like
over the machine
audibly
and
set
claim
up
the
yet.
power
I
for
just made a
itself?
button, basically.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one
was surely
Raiders!
the best.
Hello!
And Stanley was happy.
Hello, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid, Salem! Hello, and welcome to the stream. For anyone who hasn't met me before, hello, I'm Athena Saibo. I am a variety streamer and also a brain cell. Right now we're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. How was your stream, Salem? Hello, I can't hear you because ad, but I hope you're having fun. Oh no! No. Well, I appreciate you raiding me. Oh no. Wait, let the ad be over soon. It'll be very soon. Okay. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Are you free yet? I hope you are. Okay, I can hear you now. Hooray! Hello, Raiders! How was your stream, Salem? What'd you get up to? For anyone who hasn't met me before, hello, I'm a brain cell and also a variety streamer. It is nice to meet you. Right now we're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Complete with buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It was good, played What the Fog for 4 hours. Very cool. 5 hours, I read. Reading! Are you achievement hunting again? Not right now. Right now, I'm about to go disco
When
at the
Stanley
bottom of the
came
mind
to a
control
set
facility.
of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Woo! Disco! Who's ready for a
Yet there
dance
was not
party?
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping him coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I might try to go for achievement hunting again. It's okay. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. I guess this is just gonna be like this from now on, huh? Okay. Alright, can't stop me from eating pennies! Oh dear.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I wish you fun at your
Shocked,
disco. I will now pass
unraveled,
out. Take care,
Stanley wondered
Salem.
in
Thank you so much for the
disbelief
raid.
who orchestrated this.
Take
what
care.
dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known
Bye
was that the
bye, bye
keypad
bye.
behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Da, da, da. Who's ready to disco? It will begin shortly. Who's got their party pants on? I don't know. Also, if you have party pants, congrats on having party
Stanley
pants.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights
my
rose on
exercise
an
outfit on?
enormous
Heck
room
yeah.
packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
The lights suddenly got brighter for a moment. I was confused.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
No.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
No.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
No. We gotta wait here for a moment. How's everyone doing? We're about 2 hours into the stream. How is everyone holding up? There we go. Go all the way back. Disco time. This music was used in so many early YouTube Minecraft videos. Heck yeah. Alright. Let's keep this dance party rolling! Waka!
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
You hear that, chat?
We
It's a
call this
secret.
track, Good job, you've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Ooh, different office. Gym.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's like the perfect office for what you want for speedrun ending, and I'm wasting it!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Be swift! Take my little
Stepping
Stanley
into
legs.
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
Hey.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
This is just the music stream, I guess.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
No! No calm! Only panic! You play any instruments? I can sing. That count? I'm not sure it counts. For this conversation.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Lungs are an instrument. Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Oh no, their
Each
true
bore
nature
the number of
revealed.
an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals.
Well, now I'm just gonna
reduced
try and
to
speedrun
images
the
on a
game. I
screen.
apologize,
And
chat.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
There's an achievement, you see.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
And
Had
as
Stanley really been
Salem
under
alluded
someone's
to-
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it
Gotta show a
blindly?
dead rat what for. You're right.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life
not gonna get
in
in 2
someone
seconds,
else's
though.
control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
You want bubble
Was it
gum?
even possible?
Sure.
Had he truly
I get it.
spent his entire life
to the stream. I hope
utterly
we're doing well over there.
blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley
Get
decided
out of here. Throws gum at the
Blackness.
screen. Ah,
and a
thank you.
rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes, he had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been
Baby.
seeking, but
Please.
happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
Release the brain cell
It
into the
was
wild.
perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
No, I didn't get it. Darn. Alright, this time! Well, the new age
All of
music
his
probably didn't help.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Seen that thing
When Stanley came to a set
where
of two
an
open
algae and a
doors,
bacteria have
he
formed into
entered
a new
the
cell
door on his
recently,
left.
like how mitochondria became the powerhouse of the cell? I haven't seen that. That is very interesting.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Thank you. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of
Trying
an
to find the
employee
name, but
in
it's
the
been
building.
recently discovered it had
Stanley's
something with like
co-workers.
nitro in the name.
The
I
lives
see.
of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Chat, I want
Here
you
was
to
the
know
proof.
every
The
time
heart
I
of the
interrupt the
operation.
narrator,
Controls labeled
even
with
by just
emotions,
moving, I am
happy
sad.
or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
This is like the
And
only
as the
game
cold
you'll ever
reality
see
of
me
his
get close
past
to
began to
speedrunning.
sink in, Stanley decided.
And it's just for the achievement that I think I could possibly do.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Listen.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door, Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
The narrator is annoying as in getting over it. I like the narrator in both of these games. Nitroplast, I see. I didn't get it that either. Hold on. How fast do I need to be for this? I'm checking. How quickly do I need to speed? I need to complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes, 22 seconds. Not including load times. Well, let me look up what exactly that entails. If I may, chat. That was definitely under 4 minutes. Oh no! Am I even doing the right ending for it? It seems it's just luck at this point if I get it or not. Hello, Skelly! Welcome to the stream! I hope you're doing well today. Maybe you have to restart the game? I don't think so. Dang it.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
I couldn't, chat. Alright, begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait! Darn it. Nope, I probably just messed it up anyways. Hold on. Chat!
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages.
What are you trying to do? I'm trying to speedrun, basically.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
But I'm getting thoroughly distracted along
When
my
Stanley
way.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's an achievement for getting it under... I think it was like 2 minutes, 40
there was not
seconds.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
Got this,
disbelief,
thank you.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh,
Here's
thank
the door,
you.
just go.
I appreciate that a lot.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
No.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
And as a treat for doing this, you guys get to
of the operation. Controls
pick the endings that we do
emotions,
next.
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that
So I guess think about what endings you'd like me to see, me do.
blackness and a rising chill of
I'm
uncertainty.
only vetoing the baby ending.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
I got it.
This was exactly
I don't gotta
the
do
way,
it anymore.
right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Let's go. Now there's only 2 achievements left in the game. One is to not play the game for 10 years. The other is to play the game for the entirety of a Tuesday. Which means midnight to midnight on a Tuesday. Thanks. Let's go press buttons. You can change your calendar for both. I cannot. At least not for the Tuesday one. Because I have to leave the game open for that entire time. And it won't work. Bad times, oh yeah. It's okay, I'm in heaven anyways. This will happen as long as I let it. This room is making me slightly dizzy. Alright. I'm so happy I got that achievement to pop.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought
I think the buttons are lighting up again.
Missing.
They are. Alright, but the changing the calendar thing doesn't work for the Tuesday one. It will work for the 10-year one, but I don't want to do that. Really. It feels cheaty. Plus, I might forget the date, which would be bad. Boot it up on a Tuesday stream at some point. Well, on a Monday stream, I guess, is more correct. Close it on a Wednesday one. There we go. Wait, it's midnight to midnight. But yes, what endings would the people like to see? Where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do? Have you done the ending with the tunnel of buttons? Yes. I think. Wait, yeah. That's the one we were just in, wasn't it? I was like, wait a second. Let's go visit the adventure line for a bit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Now I can slow
Perhaps
down
he
again.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I wonder what the map
The lounge
tricks.
was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something
Wasn't there for that if
darker.
I remembered it, because one button says something other than what the others do. Ah, yes, the epilogue. Yes, we did do that earlier.
Yes.
Technically, we're playing the Stanley Parable 3
really
right
worth
now.
It being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Why 3? Because the counter went up.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I'll show you the title screen in a moment. Actually, let me change the bumpscosity, because he has nothing to say for 1 bumpscosity. Well, how much bumpscosity should we get, chat? We got 0, 1, 12, 50, 76, 100, and 1000. Oh, the DLC stuff, yay. It's not really DLC, it's more just like the extra stuff. Do 1000, big numbers are always good, yes. It's the Ultra Deluxe stuff rather than the DLC, because DLC implies it got added later. Which I guess it did, because this is a remake, but eh.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
From here, it's, left.
All right.
Oh, no, it's to the
My
right. My
nose!
mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Sure. Take your time.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left,
But
right.
yeah, the button tunnels in the epilogue.
Yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
All right. Okay.
No!
Yep,
no,
that's
no,
story,
no,
all
no,
right.
No, this isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Ah.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Clearly nothing has changed at all. The bucket has disappeared, but we don't worry about that. Did the carpet color change color? Maybe.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change?
Memo sounds like Nemo's
Stanley,
lesser-known
did
brother.
you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you
it was
move
blue.
the story
There is
somewhere or...
parts where it is
Hold on.
blue.
Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
That's an excellent
It was
point,
right
sir.
here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
Never
Let's
found
find
Memo.
the story.
But there are parts where it's blue. Oh.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Fun fact, Adventureline made its first appearance in the first Indiana Jones movie.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Additional fun
Perhaps
fact,
he had
I
simply
have not
missed a
seen
memo.
any Indiana Jones movies. I've been meaning to change that.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
All right.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something.
Blue.
The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
So yeah, you're not wrong.
Now this...
There is blue.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
Nope.
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay?
Yay, congrats on winning.
I'm getting weirded
Thank you,
out by
thank
whatever
you.
this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Behold!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Very cool,
Just
very
follow
cool.
the line. How simple is that?
Line. Computer. Combobulate. Solitaire. I am having a conundrum right now, chat. Do I want to try and go through this? Never mind. I guess that solves my conundrum.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Huh?
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
Somewhere.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Pardon me, jeez. Let's say thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dear me. Your sneeze was on beat. Well, I'm glad I didn't interrupt the game too bad. What? What happened? Chat, I'm confused. I guess that's the whole point of the ending, huh?
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
That should help. Fern. Does the fern have a name? By the way, I can see some very tiny gray lines on stream near chat PNG corner. Supposed to pick in Discord with it circled. It's quite hard to see. Okay. Hold on. Huh? Oh. Yeah, I know what that is. I can't get rid of it right now. I apologize. I am working on doing some stuff that will get rid of it in the future, but it's not done yet. I have stuff in the works. I guess I don't even notice how I noticed that. I knew it was there. I just keep forgetting about it. But don't worry. You're not crazy. It is there. And it will be fixed in the future. I know you can't unsee it anymore, but...
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Wait, the Stanley Parable 3 adventure line. I didn't even notice that until now.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Aye. Onward!
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
Something.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I want it to include an egg salad sandwich.
No, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
Okay.
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Egg salad is good. It really is. What is egg salad made of? I know there's egg.
There's also mayonnaise, pepper, if you want it, celery sometimes.
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse
Yeah, it's mostly
door's
egg and
origin.
mayo.
So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Your story is too logical.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Safe.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
That always spooks me. It was the line. It did this. Oh my god. How could it do this?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Spookums. Jim. I guess I'm the Jim button. Thank you for the care package. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's
It's bucket time.
Did you know that the voice of Spyro is Tom Petty, who also voices SpongeBob, Ice King, Rabbit from Winnie the Pooh, and also the mayor from Powerpuff Girls? That's really cool. I'm so sad that's still... Because I feel like there's like, you can do things with the jump ending.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I broke my older sister with this knowledge.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes,
Have you done the
Stanley
whole?
thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
She loves Spyro and SpongeBob when she was a kid. That's super fair. No, sir.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Nice bucket. Thank you. Hi, Game Guy. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home.
I can't
Here in
read
the
that.
employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Yeah, forget about broom closets. This is bucket time.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Oh my. How special was the connection, I wonder. Okay, muscles are a bit sore from lifting tree logs and lack of sleep. Besides that, a lot of recording game footage. Thank you for asking. Heck yeah! I hope you get some good sleep, though, with all those sore muscles. Hope your adventures have been well. Yeah! I'm standing on a plant. That's a strong pot plant. Yeah, right? I didn't know I could do this until this moment. I also got almost all the achievements in the game. The only achievements I'm missing are the entirety of a Tuesday
finally,
and don't play for 10 years.
The bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Oh, who wants to do a game show?
Said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Hey, let's do a game show.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Ha 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 ha. Hello, hello, the American. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. I have a bucket.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Do not stand on this side of the fence. Well, darn. It's too late for me, I guess.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
The first time I did this ending, I said everything was a bucket each time, so maybe...
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket.
What would if I said
an
nothing was a
actual
bucket this time? Yes, yeah.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No!
Item 4.
Bucket.
Is this
Not
a bucket?
Not bucket. Not this time.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
Wow!
To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket?
That one's definitely a bucket. I can feel it.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6.
Oh no.
Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
The devs really had fun with this game. They really did.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Ads seem very plentiful today, don't they? Also, I have an ad that's entirely in fish. Huh. Here's a fun fact that the main creator of the game, Davey Reedon, he went to write French but wrote fish. The creator of the game Davey Reedon, his brother is actually Doug, the streamer. And in the Stanley Parable stream that Doug did, Davey Reedon was actually there with him. And he talked about the game design process of it a couple times. Same language.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't
God.
a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
I forgot the question. Oh no! I forgot the question. Are double doors a bucket? He asked if everything is a bucket. Yes. I mean, I know the truth.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out.
Me too.
I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
I'm not ready for the bucket destroyer to come back.
All buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
Little snap sound.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
Yay.
We're not buckets.
Buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at
Bucket?
ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that.
Maybe.
Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Everything is buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, do you guys want to learn about comedy? The bottom of the mind control facility is my favorite ending, but, you guys want to learn about comedy? May I send a video in chat? Sending a link in the chat itself won't work, but you're welcome to send one over Discord. Let me... Yeah. Let's go learn about comedy,
It's
chat.
bucket time.
It's bucket time. Oh. I'd love to learn about comedy, but I'm afraid I might crack up.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Also,
and
hi,
entered
Pody.
the door on his left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley
Let us
took the door
learn
on his
about
left
the
to go
glory
back
of
to the
comedy.
meeting room.
Let us learn how to be dunny with the funny.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
Whoa! Hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Get
Can't
under
you
the
see?
table.
Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny!
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the 2 doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
You gut-busting little scamp, you. I like this ending. Well, I like that part of the ending, I should specify.
This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
You'll do great. Don't sweat it.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
All right.
What?
I walked through
We're
the
back
phone.
at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the
Athena, hi,
title
Dino
of King
Rabbit.
of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
All right.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
No. No, I am not.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with
I think this is the only part of the game, the
Pale.
unplug the phone endings,
What's another
that you
word
actually get to
describe
see
a
the
bucket?
credits in.
Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Well,
No.
you can view the credits at any time for the main title, but
Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
all right. Let me have a peek see at what you sent in the Discord server real quick. Ah, Stanley Parable short fit. Leroy, that is explained in a website. Wait, hold on. For anyone who was there when I was pointing out the QR code, leads to a website, yeah? And on that website, there are videos. Takes you to... Stanley Parable 2.com. Yes, there it is. Let me put it in the Discord server for you all. There you go. What's the website? It is the Stanley Parable. The address is StanleyParable2.com. That's what it is. There we go. And it has videos on it. And I'm not going to share that video on the stream just so I don't want to get in trouble, you see. Just in case, you know. But now you have it for playing with under silliness. And I hope you all have great fun with it. But yeah. And you can find out who Leroy is.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go to...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little.
Uh-oh.
This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
You know what? Whatever works, I guess. Also, let me pull up a different Stanley Parable video that's really funny. And send it over onto Discord for you all. Stanley Parable. Is that the right one? I think so. Yes. Yes, I believe so. There you go. There's extracurriculars for this game.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
All right, we want to pick up the phone this time.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the
right
wrong
over
foot
the edge.
here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Wife! Hey, wife!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Wife!
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Wife.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Poorly, Roy, indeed.
Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Eesh! Him.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Hello, wife, you are loved.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be?
My wife turned into a desk.
In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. Wait, that's at work. Like, no. I need an apartment or something, I think.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's
Thank you for the
electing
care
to
package.
kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Well. Well, now my stream title feels more ominous.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What ending should we go to? What ending should we go to, chat? Do we have any votes? The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Escape pod? Alright. With or without bucket? With? Alright.
It's bucket time.
It's always bucket time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Almost can't get under there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Interesting. It's also interesting that this has become the memory room. The memory zone. I suppose that's what happens when the other ones are destroyed. Oh, pfft, yeah, it literally even says it, new memory zone. I thought it still said executive suite, which is why it was like, okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
I goofed up, I'm so sorry. I got distracted by memory zone.
In here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
I got distracted by memory zone.
It's bucket time.
It's bucket time. Apologies.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Alright. Now that I'm not distracted by memory zones.
Stepping in.
There we go. Be careful with memory zone, kids. They're dangerous. You might go to the wrong ending. You're not careful. Spy is right behind you. That spy's not one of ours. Put this pen. They're here. Boo. I'm a little silly. Where's going all over the place? Back from the ads. Perfect timing. The Bastille. Yay! Ah, yeah.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
You know, there's one office I'm really hoping will appear. I don't know if it will, though. I think the odds are pretty low. Oh, let's go up and down an elevator. Yeah! Up and down the elevator. And down the
When
elevator.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
And down the elevator. And down the elevator. Up and down the
Yet there was not a
elevator.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wait.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay. For now. For now.
Coming
'cause
to
I'm
a staircase,
distracted with
Stanley
elevators
walked
more than
upstairs
anything.
to his boss's office.
I'm more distracted by elevators than broom closets right now, so...
Here's the door, just go.
Thanks. Well, so we are 3 hours into the stream already, which is... Wow, how's everyone holding up?
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Magic. Goody goody good, bro. Heck yeah. Good heck yeah.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Happy to help? Question mark?
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Here you go, facing that wall now.
Oh my God. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Indeed.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
Eesh.
As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Just imagine him screaming on the other side of the break. Yes.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
But wait! We're not done yet.
You know what?
What?
I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment.
Okay.
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
Okay.
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply...
Potato fact 69. All right. Potato fact 69 is... For some potato varieties, less than an ounce of a potato eye would be toxic to adults. There you go. Right.
You don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Wait, did I say it correctly? I can't
There
remember.
we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible.
Oh.
I broke into game. Oh no!
They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
All eyes on Stanley. Live on stage. Oh, no.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Oh, dear.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
You didn't give me a time to make a script or anything. Unless you made one. The storyteller. Stanley reveals all in his new book. Up again, down again. The Stanley story. Oh, I guess I made a book, so... Wish you were here. Aloha from The Freedom Ending. I played the demo. Adventure awaits. 8. Narrator Airlines. Official Narrator Airlines. I went to the mind control facility. Hold on. $75. And all I got was this lousy sticker. Alright, 70. Well, I guess I kind of agreed since, like, I have a suitcase here, I have a book. Dang it. I'm gonna do it again. An unforgiving account of ups as well as downs. Highs and lows isn't what life's about. Okay. Sorry, I have bad eyesight. So this is difficult for me to read all the little text. But congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your goals. Stanley, me. Dad. Age 6. OMG, I love the Stanley Parable. Yes! Hi, Selena! Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. The boss telling me to break a leg, champ, twice. He wants me to break both my legs. My books. Did the nerd write them, or did I? An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. I've seen this ending before, but it's always so funny. Down, then up, then down, then up, then down, then up again. You were taking the time out of your day to stream. Oh, I was saying. Oh, I'm always happy to. I'm fine. Just woke up. How are you? I'm doing pretty all right. Enjoying playing more of the Stanley Parable. Come on, sing us a song.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Is never the end, 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 is never the end. Hi, Zareth. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. It's been a while. I hope you're doing all right. Eesh! It's the game that never ends. It's the game that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Question, can we do the vent ending? I'm not sure we can get into that memory zone anymore, sadly. It's kind of like the I was crazy once thing. Yeah. Huh?
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
No! I'll lose as many buckets as it takes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'll be honest, I don't really know what it takes, but I'll lose all the buckets necessary.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
But what if we didn't?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
But what if we didn't? I appreciate you stopping by, Zareth.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. Indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very
Crying! Attic!
Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
See you watching me? Maybe. Maybe. Just don't kick the bucket. Mariella, my favorite Stanley Parable side character, yes. She's pretty cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No
I have
matter
a
how
habit of
hard
just turning
Stanley
off the
looked,
screens
he
as I
couldn't
see
find
them.
a trace of his co-workers.
I'm really hoping for one specific office to pop up. Let's do that ending without the bucket this time. More Mariella.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Stanley.com. I mean, there's a Stanley Parable
There was not a single
2.com.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I still can't get under the thing. Darn. One day.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Have you guys seen the broom closet ending with subtitles?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. and at last he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream."
Dream!
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined
Bonking my head
himself
on door
soaring
frames.
through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Wife.
I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oh, did you get the broom closet
This is the story
ending?
of a woman named
The broom
Mariella.
closet ending was my favorite.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Yeah, check the ending with subtitles. It's way worth it, in my opinion. Yeah. This is such a meta game. It's so refreshing seeing this again by a player who has never played it
All of
before.
his co-workers were gone.
I've never played...
What could it mean?
This is my first
Stanley
playthrough
decided to
of
go
the
to the
game.
meeting room. Perhaps
I've
he had
watched
simply missed a
people
memo.
play it enough that I kind of know where to go. I just really like dialogue and narration, and flavor text, and all that stuff. It's great. This game lives in the same part of my mind as Psychonauts and TF2. Which is always just a funny thing to say.
When
I like
Stanley
this
came
game.
to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Still nice to be able to re-experience it again. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm like that weird middle ground.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The way this board is laid out kind of confuses me. I'm sure it makes sense to people who work 9 to 5 type of things, but to me it's confusing. Right, broom closet, please.
Oh no, not
Wait.
again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage
No.
you. I'm not going to say anything at all.
I messed
I'm just
up.
going to be patient and wait for you to finish
so confusing.
whatever it
Okay.
is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Oh. I think you have to restart the game completely. Yay! Right now we're on the Stanley Parable 3. Begin the game again? Maybe. I don't know. I want the broom closet ending though. Yeah, that's still there, so it's probably not gonna give me the closet. Oh well. Let's go to heaven. And get flashbanged. Selena, what's your favorite ending? I will tell you, the second Stanley Parable stream I ever did, you can watch on YouTube. I did the baby game ending. I will not be doing this again. Hard to say, there's so many great ones, yeah. Let me think. Yeah. I'm cool with doing any ending again except that one. I think I just have to, like, completely restart the program, which is fine. Yeah, let's just do that. Don't do the baby game ending twice. Yeah. Gosh. I'm sorry you actually did that. It was worth it. It helped that I had other people around to help me stay sane. But... okay, if you say so. Alright, what's the Stanley Parable 4 gonna be? Let me fix the audio. Oh, those other people, yeah! I had Figment, I had Elliot, I had Death. They were all very helpful in helping me stay sane. We joked I had to go back and lose it just to see what would happen if we lost the puppy, though. Alright, we have, for the first part, Forgotten, Crocodile, A Game of, Inspector, Journey to, and The. For the second part, we have Explosion, Runner, Monkeys, Day Out, Train Station, and Fight. Inspector Day out. Do, do, do. I can't say which ending I like the most right now. I can barely remember anything right now. That is super fair, Selena. Don't sweat it. A journey to explosion. Or journey to monkeys. Reject modernity, become monkey. I think I might have loved the different games ending from the 2013 release. Oh, yeah. I want to play the 2013 release at some point, honestly, even though, like, the How to Tell a Joke ending. Oh, yes, that is always a good ending. I think I was doing that one when you came in, wasn't I? Is either when you came in or right before for the choice ending, yeah. Journey to monkeys. Oh my gosh, it's wife! In the back. The wife! Yes! We love wife.
This is the story of...
Alright, yeah. Imagine not having a wife.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I love the voicemail you get when the wife calls to ask you to pick up groceries. That's so cute to me. Bob here. Hi, Bob. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Oh yeah, we're doing broom closet with subtitles. Yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Bob Doogoo? Heck yeah. I'm glad Bob Doogoo.
Yet there was not a single
Bob
person
had no
here
Wi-Fi.
either.
Oh no.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's wrenches. Multiples. And a screwdriver.
There was nothing here. No choice to
And
make,
twine.
no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
And pliers. You gotta really apply yourself.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything.
Duct
At least
tape.
if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally
Broom.
just standing there
There's a broom in the
doing
broom
sweet
closet.
FA.
Pliers? Markipliers? Yes. Hello, everybody. Just me, Mark.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why?
'Cause I like
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I want to. It's fun. Plus, the broom closet ending.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance
There's a
to the
bare light
story
bulb.
whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Ducks. As in the
Maybe
air
to
kind,
you,
not
this
the
is
bird
somehow
kind.
its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say,
Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite.
I hope your friends find this concerning.
I like that the text changed to pink, and there was an
fat
unread
and ugly
XD
and really,
in
really
it.
stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You
Dead.
got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you
Dead.
collapsed on the keyboard.
Dead noises.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Dying.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Hi, Nico Robin. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today. Alright.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I'd offer my feline co-commentator, but he's just passed out right now. So, we'll just keep going.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
How's the new memory zone doing? Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. I only recently found out what that's a reference to, so yay! Understanding references.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Oh, there's not an
Shocked,
indication of human
unraveled,
life.
Stanley wondered in
Except the
disbelief
cups.
who
We ignore
orchestrated
those.
this. What dark secret
And
was
the
being held
briefcase.
from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Not possibly. Hello, and yes, references. You go. Heck yeah. 2, 4, 5. Yeah.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
We are almost 4 hours into the stream. How is everyone holding up?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
I just woke up, but I'm doing fine. Hope you are too.
Stanley
Thank you.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Let's go escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Hello, Pro David. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well today.
Death indeed. Batman! Yeah.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
What the heck?
And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
I have no depth perception, so I always don't know how soon the Crushers are going to get to me.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Yippee!
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
At least it was quick. Also, half the time when I think of death, I think of a friend.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Quick question, how much has been played already? I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, I've gotten almost all the endings once. It's just the cold feet endings that I haven't gotten for, like, the lift. I can tell you that I am on Stanley Parable 4. And I am just happily replaying all these
When
endings.
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Hello, Raiders! Welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing well today. Hello, Professor Whom. Hello, Raiders. For anyone who hasn't met me before, I'm Athena Saibo. It's nice to meet you. I am a brain cell and also a variety streamer. And right now we are playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I may have accidentally fallen asleep. No worries, Pony. Sleep if you need to. Hello, hello! Got my computer. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core concept remains almost identical to the first iteration. Dang, you have one whole brain cell? Please share. Share, please. I am the brain cell, Emmett. It is me. And I am happy to share my power. Here we have the corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Two doors. The set of the two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. So once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. The office. Here we have different color palettes. Fantastic. Offices. Stuff. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Filing cabinets. Indeed they are. Office computers. Solitaire! Oops. Save power. The Stanley Parable credits! We have all these wonderful people who worked on the game. Look at him go. There's like two, I guess technically 4 places in the game you can see the credits, which is kind of awesome. Go this way first. Boss's office. Scenes from the development of the boss's office. What it looked like at first. The draft. Well, this final draft, a draft, first draft. There we go. Speeching. It's what's for dinner. Office clock. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. The lounge. Underground. An early version of the underground portion of the game. Hey, I know that place.
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility.
Evan Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
For sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story. This is that other building.
Very cool, very cool. Then we go the other way. There's so many people who play this game but don't see all of the stuff here, which makes me very sad. Which is why I'm doing it twice, I guess. Make up for it. The office. You know, I don't think those 2 are offices. If I had to guess. I might be mistaken, though. I've been known to be wrong in the past. Perhaps this is another one of those times. Alright. But yeah, Professor, I hope your stream went well. I can't remember if I said that. If you need to raid and run, I totally get it. I hope you had a good stream. Maintenance room, an early version of the maintenance room. Indeed it is. Copy machine. Fun. Indeed. It's just money spewing out. War zone. Think you just lurking as a cleanup. Heck yeah. Oh. Crashing noises in the background, but also bicycle. War zone. In early development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Yeah. Alien base. Awesome. Hey, it's the thing. Inside the alien base, I presume. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Please partner with me. Not spam. He promises it's not spam. Hi, Mr. Guy. I have a question for you, sir. It is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. There is a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Thanks and goodbye, Ziv. Oh no! Skelly's army! From Marius, question brought forth by the intense passion of my soul. Am I Stanley? Are you spying on me? I don't know. Why? Quackster. Will the game feature capybaras? Capybara. It's Pixel Sith. Your narrator. How do you stay in shape? Sincerely, Michael the Rock Martin. I love capybaras. Yes. Whoa. Dang. Regarding your game in the works, I appreciate the previous Stanley Parable game as a work of art and a standalone title. I appreciate the credit given to the art, which is why I'm eager to see a prequel sequel standalone. Forward emails. These are, yes. Will the Stanley Parable have infinite quests? How many endings? If the Stanley Parable... Oh. How do you make a JRPG? How do you make the worst game ever? What is the difference between the duck? You're right. Far out. How's the game going? I hope it is good or better than the first one. From a cool man. Thanks, James Irving. Are you a rock? Could you tell me what the significance of the number 1112800 is? No. Next question. Please. Well, the thing I want to know is, what would you do if Stanley entered any other rooms? Funny line music. Next. Burning questions. For instance, on a scale of Max Ernest to Salvador Dali, how surreal will the game be? Are you born with a magnificent voice? Congratulations! Congratulations! Wow, congratulations! 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 In line for our previous announcement regarding the ongoing promotion, here is the result in which... Greeting, omnipotent voice! I wanted to tell you I liked Stanley Parable as much as I like seeing a humorously small badger in swim trunks. Indeed, I liked it as much as I like walking the park, watching the sunset, and dare I say... Oh, okay. Urgent response needed! Please, I would like to keep you in this proposal as top secret and delete it if you are not interested, and get back to me if you are interested. Dear Strong Bad, how do you type with boxing gloves on? Ben. What do the lights in the control room do? I really want to know. Lights. Light things. The lounge. An early version of the lounge. Indeed. There's no soda machine. Ah! Another iteration of The Office, I see. Indeed. Yes. Clearly, these are... This is The Office. Clearly. Yeah. Right. Apartment timer. The previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending. A timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Interesting. The cargo lift. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game. We wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. That is fair. The cargo lift. The cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version was decided, we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Fair. Wait. Meeting room. Yes, this is the meeting room. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first two doors was important to get right, since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. There was gonna be a vent in the lounge. There was a choice of going through the disobey before the lounge. And there was two ways to get into the maintenance room. But it was this one, the first one, that won out.
The game is now paused. Begin the game again. Resume the game. Options. Return. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this. This was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. Fair. That would be frustrating. Zending levers. These levers were originally a part of the Zending. There would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Huh. Zending. The screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. That's an interesting thought. How many versions of our current endings are... Trailers! We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is preparing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Interesting, interesting. Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Indeed. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. Countdown room, an early version of the countdown room. It looks very Black Mesa-y. Now that I've played the Half-Life 1, I can say that. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from the mock-up is still in the game. Heck yeah. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. So here's the first one. Complete with mug. The second one, complete with 2 mugs and 2 monitors. Because Stanley's just that cool. And the final one, which has 1 monitor and 1 mug. But not the same mug as the first one. All right.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
I enjoy that ending a lot just because I'm interested.
Can you see how much they need one another? No,
and how things work?
Perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Squish. I like that ending just because I find learning how things are made very interesting, and learning game design is super cool too. I like the dev commentaries in all the Valve games for sure.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There we go. Behind the scenes is always fun, I feel. Yeah. Would you guys mind if I just started restarting over and over again to try and get one specific office layout? Because there's one I really want to get. But I'm scared I won't get it if I don't do that. Do it? Okay. Okay. I don't think so.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Gotta
missed
check
a memo.
in case something else fun comes up too.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
More
Did
than
something
one.
crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Not this one. This one's really cool though. I don't know if it's actually all that different or if it's just the narrator's narration playing tricks on me, but
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Memo. Yep, okay. I'll just
All of his
I
co-workers
guess it'd be
were
in this
gone.
room
What could
if
it mean?
there's gonna be anything
Stanley
fun.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a...
Anything to look out for? Oh, paper. Not this one. I'm looking for the
Stanley
whiteboard
knew the office
ending, I
layout like
guess.
the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
It said only a matter of time in the subtitles. Paper. So much paper. If you're familiar with the whiteboard ending, I'm looking for that. I have a feeling the museum is the ending with Zending in its blood. Yeah. You're probably right.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
The carpet will turn blue. I can tell you that. The carpet will turn blue. For the one I'm looking for.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
I don't know
decided to
what
go
the
to the
odds of
meeting
finding
room.
it are.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I switched way it turned on me. Trying to unlock the barking dog sound effect? Indeed. That's pretty much exactly what I want. I'm just... Oh.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
I think it's right up the gate from Stanley's office. Yeah. I'm also kind of trying to keep an eye out in case there's any voice calls like that. I love the phone messages. Me too. I've only gotten the danger of recorded messages and Stanley's wife asking him to pick up stuff from the store.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh well. I just want to be sure, you know?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
So hearing the narrator's dialogue for each restart is fun too.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where
An end is
everyone
never
would
the
be.
end, is never the
Stanley
end,
just
is never
needed to
the
get
end,
to the
is
meeting
never the
room,
end,
and
is
from
never
then
the
on,
end,
he
is
would
never
never
the
be
end, is
alone
never the
ever
end,
again.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Never the end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Maybe it's in the Stanley Parable 4 instead of 3. I did switch it to Stanley Parable 4 just to get the broom closet ending to work. The end is never... Yes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
5
simply
then,
missed a
maybe.
memo. A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
You know what? Fair enough, Stanley. Thank you, narrator. Such enlightening words of wisdom. The odds have to be pretty rare, don't they?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Cheap energy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I want that room.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Tempted to look up how rare the whiteboard ending is. Well, yeah, even with the papers on the floor one is rare. The blue carpeted one is probably less than 1%. Yeah. I'm excited about the papers, though. That was cool.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It's possible the narrator will say something snarky just because of how often I'm restarting. That's not the ending I want. It's a good door. It's a good hallway. But it's not the one I want. Not the one I'm after.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
You know, that is fair, except it's the wrong door.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll...
You know, the Stanley Parable is kind of like a roguelike. Which is a sentence I did not expect to ever be saying.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Night, Athena and friends, heading off now. Take care, Spyro. Have a good one. She actually kind of is. Such a sweet voice, I gotta say. I love the wife. She's great. Again, lovely hallway, good hallways, solid hallway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I wonder how often it turns which way it curves the door. Oh, Papers is back.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
That's funnier when it's back to back. Stanley can't function very well on his own. Finally, I'm alone.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was. All of his co-workers were gone.
Maybe I'll get
what could it
a
mean?
phone call about
Stanley
boxes.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm sure my computer doesn't know what to make of me restarting the game over and over again.
All
but
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to
those
the meeting
barks.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I want that whiteboard.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate. Oh.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Yay! We're gonna get boxes, chat. Yeah!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's go. I always wanted 1.3 thousand plus cardboard boxes. Look at them all. Oh, it's glorious. There's there. It's beautiful. Hold on. Sorry. No boxes in the two doors room. That's okay. Lovely.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Oh no. Unfortunate.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Please tell me this permanently unlocks his office types on the
Random office spins. No idea, but it's funny anyways. It's very much roguelike.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
One of my streamer friends, actually got the whiteboard ending, which is why part of why I'm being stubborn about it
Stanley
now.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
I know
he had
it's
simply
here.
missed a memo.
I know it's possible. I know a friend of mine got it.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But I also know this is probably getting annoying. A friend of mine got it 3 times. Heck yeah, man.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought.
Like in a row?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
RNG
to
is
go
not
to the
happy
meeting
with
room.
me right
Perhaps-
now.
Please.
All of his
No,
co-workers
he's not even
were
that lucky.
gone.
He only got
What
it
could it
twice in a
mean?
row. Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Only twice in a row, you say?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well.
I feel bad for skipping the nerd dialogue.
All of his
but,
co-workers were
like, we gotta pick up a pace a little bit here if I
just a step.
want to do anything else the rest of this stream. Oh,
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the
dangers of recorded messages.
All of his co-workers were gone. What? The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be.
It's okay. It's not your fault. They built something so rare into the game and that you actually want to experience it, you know? Yeah.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started.
Please, let me have
All
it,
of his
game.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Pretty please.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
With cherries and stuff.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer.
Yes.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went
GG,
around
thank
touching
you.
every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Alright, what ending should we get with the dog? I did the thing! Very happy I got this. That was worth it, yes. Ah! Tables! Beautiful! I guess we can really table this for later. Oh, you know, we should do the other game's ending with this on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We should do the other game's ending
This was
with
not
this.
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look,
Does the
Stanley,
bark have
I
an
think
echo
perhaps
in
we've
here?
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I also like the little touch that there's this dolly, this red dolly next to the red door, and this blue paint can next to the blue door. Well, not blue. It has a blue label on it. Yeah.
Aha! Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I also like that the subtitles change color sometimes.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Look, it's
Do not
echoey.
think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Stanley was
There
so
we go.
excited to see what's
A
out there, he
third
couldn't
option.
stop barking.
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
This is like the first time in the game where you can actually tell that the audio changes depending on where you are. Or the fact they added that's just really cool. But yes, more choices was good.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Well,
Let's
now we
take a
have to be
look.
wary about piranha eating puppies. Puppy eating piranhas. Yeah. Puppy eating piranhas. There we go. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb whose wool was white as snow. I need a moment. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm being very silly. Be sorry, it's funny. Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life.
I'm only going to press it like twice, but
will really take
just for
notice.
science.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay, yeah.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely
I don't
out
like
of
this
ideas.
game.
I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for you. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Yeah, it replaces the Half-Life Eric click sound. Yeah. If it replaced the button noise with barking, I would have been like I would have been so upset that I didn't try and do that for my
Aha! Fascinating.
One stream.
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Mary had a little lamb.
No, it can't be.
Little lamb. Mary had a little
It is.
lamb.
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You really wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
The dog barking enhances the experience.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
This makes it feel like it's less like Stanley is an office worker and more
so
like
what exactly
Stanley
do we
is
do
the
here?
narrator's
Let's
dog,
see.
who
There are
he's
lots
trying
of
to
cars
give
here in the back, but obviously
the
there's no
correct
racetrack.
amount of
Okay, I'm
stimulation
seeing that there's a ball of
without
some
him
kind
running
back
off.
here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Run!
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this
Apparently.
fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls! Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley. Hold on. What are you doing?
Barking mostly.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have
You are so lost, Stanley. Bork, 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 bork. Narrator had a dog, had a dog, had a dog. Narrator had a dog who didn't follow directions.
I wonder what he found.
Or
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it.
Or
Down in wherever he is right now.
Arf.
I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
Work,
He'll
work,
understand
work.
soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
Ark.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's
Ark.
who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Bark.
The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Bark. Bark, 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 bark. No.
All of his
Really?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yo? GG twice, yes. That was fun. Yeah, it was. Hmm.
It's
Hmm.
bucket time.
I guess it's bucket time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
It'd be funny if they added like
Coming
just a
to
little bit of
staircase,
extra
Stanley
dialogue
and the bucket walked
to
upstairs to the boss's office.
The insanity ending of like, why is Stanley barking? I too remember barking.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It'd be funny if I got the bucket bottom of the mind control facility ending with the bark. Let's do that. I want to go down, apparently.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
You know what'd be fun?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
You know, Stanley, I know you were never much of a talker before, but I honestly can't even remember an instance of you barking either. Also, come to think of it, you're a lot fuzzier than you used to be. Oh, of course. I know what it is, Stanley. You forgot to wash your clothes last Sunday and were forced to wear a dog costume. Yes, that's it precisely, isn't it? No, I've always been told I'm rather observant, but this time I've even impressed myself with how closely I've observed the things around me. Or more accurately, the things around you, Stanley. Get it? Because you're in a dog costume? Beautiful ending. The barking was so heartfelt.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I think we have enough time for one more ending. So unless anyone has a different idea, I think we're just gonna go for the true ending. Or heck, you know, it'd be funnier if we went for
When Stanley came to a set of ending. 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, we're going the same way either way, so let's just do it. Yeah, I can't keep impersonating the narrator. A 500 character limit just isn't enough. Yeah.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I can't sound like Kevin Brighton.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Especially because this will probably be the last time I play Stanley for a bit at least, so want to set it off on the right ending, you know?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I can do a pretty good GLaDOS, though. Heck yeah.
Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Welcome to the Aperture Science testing facilities. We are happy to have you join us, Stanley. This is the Aperture Science portal shooting device.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Such a good GLaDOS impression. Thank you, thank you.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped
I
to
figured
life,
out
their
what
true
that thing
nature
you
revealed.
destroyed was.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The
Which was
lives
my
of so
morality
many
core.
individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
The Enrichment Center is required to inform you that we track many statistics on our test subjects. We are also required to give an example. Let's see here. Oh, wait. They're all exactly average. Wow, what are the odds of that?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Admit it, you are the voice actors for GLaDOS. I am not Ellen McLean.
No. He
Though
refused
apparently I
to believe
do
it.
pretty good
He
impressions on
couldn't
her
accept
characters.
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I'm told I can also do a pretty good
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Administrator.
Controls labeled
TF2
with
administrator
emotions.
impression.
Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
5 minutes left in the mission. Overtime. Alright, do we want to turn it off or do we want to turn it on, chat? It's great. Thank you, thank you. Maybe I should just hire them. Off for true ending? Alright, we gotta vote for true ending. You know what? Let's do it. Maybe I should just go and hire them.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Overtime. For real this time.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Yay! Thank you all so much for joining me for the Stanley Parable. It was quite fun. This is one of my favorite games, I will say. Let me see what's next on the schedule. We have yes.
we're going to have... Thank you for your time. Sleep well, okay? I will do my best. Thank you so much, Selena. After a quick jaunt next week into Team Fortress 2, actually, which is funny. Erotic, even. We are going to be playing Myst. M-Y-S-T. A puzzle game. It is very old. And I'm very excited to play it for the first time. Woo! Yes! I have not played it before. I've heard it's very good, and the main reason I found out about it was because I heard it's games in concert. It's music in concert, so I'm very excited. It has good music. The Myst games are pretty sweet. Heck yeah. But yes, that's next for our Tuesday agenda. And I am very excited for it. Alright, now, does anyone have any raid requests for this evening? If you enjoyed and haven't already, do feel free to follow or subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. You can subscribe if you're watching this on Twitch too, if you want to. They set the standard for puzzle games, which is still the standard today. Sadly, many puzzle games can't actually reach that standard. Aw, that's sad. Take care, y'all. Take care, Selena. Let's see, who's up? We have Coffee. We have Elliot. Coffee's playing Final Fantasy XIV. Elliot's playing Sky. Croco's playing Elden Ring. Rekachi is playing golf with your friends. Sleepy Luna is playing Final Fantasy XIV as well. All the good ones do, though. Heck yeah. But yeah, who sounds like fun, unless someone has a raid request? If left up to me, I will probably send you Sleepy Luna's direction. So if everyone's all groovy with that... If all this is rather dead, and the only ones on it I don't think mix well with your community, or are playing games that are made out of spoilers. That is super fair. I'll send y'all Luna's direction. Again, thank you all so much for coming by, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye!